Welcome to the Select Board meeting for Tuesday, November 20th. And it's almost winter, and I understand it's going to get really, really cold. So bundle up on Thursday as we travel, many of us.
Well, and there's a
Newton football game.
Exactly.
Ah, yes. Yeah, this morning, four of us went to the Brookline Newton Rotary Football Luncheon, which is a tradition for the last, 34 years we heard today. And it was a fun time. I'm dancing, trying to kill a little time till our colleague comes out. Do we have any announcements? Next week is going to be a big week for school public hearings and meetings. Monday morning at 7:30 is the Driscoll Building Committee. And then in the evening, I believe starting at, 6:30 or 7?
I think 6.
6:30 is a community meeting at the Driscoll School about the Driscoll School project, and a community meeting at the Baker School regarding the Baldwin project. And then Tuesday in this room at 8:30 is the public hearing on the school warrant articles for Driscoll and Baldwin, and also the ever popular and to me very interesting, though I don't know if most people won't find it especially interesting, but I find it fascinating, the tax classification public hearing. That will be at 7:30, and then Wednesday advisory subcommittees having public hearings on those projects.
So I've got an announcement, and it's something that I promised the board I was going to bring more information about last Tuesday evening. And that is recent action by the legislature to pass a home rule petition, which we filed with them to increase the income limit for the senior tax deferral program. So those on this board may remember that about a year ago, town meeting took up an article that emerged from the Selectmen's Senior Tax Policy Committee, which in turn was set up in response to a warrant article that passed in the fall of 2016. So one of the recommendations of the Senior Tax Policy Committee was to increase the income limit for the state-authorized senior tax deferral program, and that increase in the income limit from $57,000 to $86,000 became law on November 8th, when Governor Baker signed it into law. So Chapter 293 of the Acts of 2018 enables that to happen. And what I promised the board that I was going to update you on was the criteria that allowed somebody to participate in the tax deferral program. And the first criteria is that somebody must be over the age of 65 as of July 1 of 2018 for the upcoming fiscal year. You have to be 65 by the start of the fiscal year in which you're seeking to fully or partially defer your taxes. You must have had a primary residence in Massachusetts for 10 years and owned property in the state for at least 5 years. You must have occupied the property in question as of July 1 of the fiscal year in which you're seeking to defer taxes. And finally, you must have total gross income of less than $86,000 a year. Again, this is for the upcoming fiscal year. So if people have questions, I would urge them to contact our assessing department, and they are a wealth of information not only about this program, but some other deferral and tax reduction programs that the town offers.
Okay, so I see we have some folks signed up for public comment. 5 minutes. Mr. Warren.
I do not have my two-wheel cart this evening. I did want to say good evening to the Select Board. My name is Paul Warren. I live at 71 Carlton Street. Ascend claims to operate at a higher standard. As Kate Silbaugh described at the last select board meeting, Ascend's mishandling of the community meetings and poor treatment of the community was certainly not an example of what one would think operating at a higher standard means. In a letter that I sent each of you last week, I shared with you my belief that Ascend has disqualified themselves from being a provider to the St. Mary's community because of their mistreatment of the community. I'd like to further provide you evidence that Ascend does not meet the bar of operating at a higher standard. I will demonstrate that Ascend badly mishandled another important matter relating to their license application. This matter alone invalidates the 1032 Beacon Street site in Ascend's application for a license to operate a retail adult marijuana school. In Ascend's October 2nd submission to Trevor Johnson's office, Ascend included the Hayes Plan, showing that the McKinley Middle School was 504.7 feet away from the property line at 1032 Beacon Street. At the first community meeting, October 25th, several residents noted to Ascend that this plan was not stamped by an engineering firm which provided it. The stamp, as you know, being the common way that a firm certifies their work. At the October 30th meeting, Becca Ruttenberg, representing Ascend, told us that the plan now had been stamped, but refused to provide us with that supposedly stamped copy. This, as you know, demonstrates a pattern of how Ascend operates, to say they have information, but that no one can have it, so no one can engage in a productive debate and analysis of the issues. This ongoing suppression of information concerned us, and as in so many other areas in this process, we, the neighborhood, set out to gather our own information, do the work, and put whatever we find into the public domain. Ascend's Hayes Plan dated Sunday, September 23rd, 2018. As Ascend was moving rapidly to try to gain site control of 1032 Beacon, get in line with the town for a host community agreement and for a license, the Hayes Plan was apparently finished on a Sunday. And just 6 business days later, Ascend submitted their memo to Trevor Johnson. The Hayes Plan shows a 504.7-foot distance between 1032 Beacon Street and the McKinley Middle School. The plan document says, and I quote, "Property line information taken from City of Brookline Level 3 Assessors Mapping as available using Massachusetts Bureau of Geographic Information and is not the result of an actual field survey." Well, first I'll comment that their document notes they got information from the City of Brookline. They did not pull and look at the actual deed in Brookline. We did. They did not do an actual field survey. We did. They did not pull and look at the actual Boston deed for the McKinley School. We did. In fact, our team has held the deed in their own hands. It is deed L5442, signed by Boston Chief Engineer Whitney on November 12, 1920, and updated December 11, 1941. Ascend's Hayes Plan goes on to say, building locations taken from Mass GIS, 2D building locations, and architectural drawings are not the result of an actual field survey. We did an actual field survey based on careful professional review of deeds. Ascend's plan document does not list the initials of the person who drew the plan, nor does it list the initials of who checked the plan, or even indicate that it was checked by a second person at all. both of which are common, improper, carefully done surveys. Our Brooks survey does list initials and lists that check. So I would say that our work is a true higher standard, and Ascend's is not. Our attorney, Chris, can now cover the findings of that proper Brooks survey and provide the legal context for this proposed site. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Chris Tesouris. I am a resident of Brookline, and I'm also the attorney for Save St. Mary's neighborhood. What you're being handed right now is a memorandum that we have prepared. I'm with the law firm of Postmac, Langston & Lund. And the memorandum, I would request at the outset that it be included in the record, if that is okay with the board. The memorandum is significant, and we now are making a significant request of this board, even though we are in public comment and do not have a matter before you. The request we are making is that the board immediately terminate any further proceedings toward granting Ascend Massachusetts LLC a host community agreement, and that they direct all department heads to stand down and not have any further discussions with any representatives of Ascend toward getting a license or toward a host community agreement. That is a big ask. We understand that, but we believe we have big grounds in order to support that, and hard evidence. If you turn to, and I'll try to summarize this, I know we have taken pains to lay it out in the memorandum in front of you, but let me see if I can just give you some direction through
It's
it.
498 feet. Okay, I got it.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Exhibit C to the memorandum has two provisions in it. It's an excerpt from Ascend's statement of intent. The first one highlights the issue that they say that they're under, I might add, zoning analysis 1032 Beacon Street, Brookline. It says that it's outlined in the memorandum prepared by Hayes, it's not located within 500 feet. The Hayes memorandum is attached as Exhibit B to the materials I've submitted. If you look at the Hayes memorandum, it cites to 935 CMR 500, which is the Cannabis Control Commission regulations governing buffer zones. The buffer zone regulation is 500 feet. With respect to that first statement by Ascend, if you look, there's a copy of, and this is a small blow-up of the survey, copy of the Brooks survey that was prepared, again using field measurements, signed, stamped by the surveyor conducting it, which shows 491.1 feet, as the chairman has ascertained. The issue is jurisdictional. The issue is not discretionary with this board. It doesn't fit. It's not outside of the buffer zone. It's within the buffer zone. Therefore, they are jurisdictionally precluded from receiving a license under state regulations. End of discussion on the issue of whether or not they comply with the regulations of the Cannabis Control Commission. I'd also offer the fact that the 500-foot requirement is the same one in the Brookline Town Zoning Bylaw. That's point one. Point two, if you go back to the statement of intent that was submitted by Ascend, interestingly, it's under a heading called Property Background and Proposed Modifications. Why they chose not to include it under zoning analysis, I don't know, but it references the Town of Brookline zoning bylaw. Specifically, it deals with the space and size requirement. You'll see the section cited there as being 4.13E56A. The only problem with that is, aside from the fact that it's under a heading that says property background and property modification, the only problem with that, meaning the citation to subsection A, is subsection B, which they disregard completely. What Ascend is attempting to do, and what the statement here says, that it's 5,000 feet, and it will be determined upon discussion to follow. That's not allowable. The issue is not discretionary. The issue is jurisdictional. The town bylaw says what it's supposed to be. This site clearly is 6,200 gross floor area. Ascend even admits that. Their proposal is for 5,000. There's a phantom 1,200 feet of area there that does not comply with the town zoning bylaw. Ascend ignores subsection B and tries to direct the board to subsection A in its statement of intent, because subsection B deals with storefronts. Ascend has 43 linear feet of storefront space on Beacon Street. They fall under subsection B. Subsection B does have 5,000 square feet gross floor area mentioned in it, and it also has 3,500 gross floor area mentioned in it. I won't go through it now, don't have the time, but if you read the memorandum, there is a strong case to be made that 3,500 feet should be of gross floor area, should be the discriminant. This location is 6,200. Ascent believes that they can negotiate away 1,200 square feet of it, and the zoning bylaw suggests strongly, supported by the warrant article's explanation that was proposed by produced by the planning department back in May, strongly suggests that 3,500 square feet should be the issue. To sum it all up, there are two instances where Ascent does not meet the minimum jurisdictional requirements for this board to move forward with a host community agreement. And therefore, we're asking that the board terminate those discussions. We would respectfully be available at any time the board would like to discuss any matters that we've submitted in our memorandum. And again, we thank the board for your attention and indulgence.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn Jones. Unless, Kate, I'll let you guys fight.
Kate Silva, Amory Street, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. As you all know, the L District zoning was a close call. And despite that, Ascend is trying to finesse the zoning that governs street-level storefront shops, 3,500 square foot zoning in a 5,000 square foot building. This is a 6,200 square foot space, and even if it complied with the actual zoning, it would be an enormous store relative to other cannabis shops in the country. I don't know why an operator would hope to exceed or to finesse the already enormous zoning allowance, and especially not in an L district. And I'm really here to once again ask the board to reflect on whether Ascend is likely to be an effective partner with the town. The Hayes survey plan surprises me, at least, and I wonder why they submitted that document. It's my personal hunch it was not just a careless oversight, though I, of course, don't know that. But from the available evidence, Ascend has resources to do a field survey, and it has been willing to expend resources on a lot of other things surrounding this site. So I hope you're going to wonder with me why Chris Soros is the one bringing you a stamped field survey. And I'd return to the same point I made last time I was here. I don't see Ascend's higher standard. This would be a long-term relationship with the town in a new and undeniably risky enterprise, and I don't want to take this walk together with Ascend. When they seem to me to have cloaked something amiss in the distance measurements. So I hope this is not going to turn into a game of cat and mouse where the neighbors surface information and misrepresentations made to the town, and then Ascend amends its submissions and back and forth.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn Jones?
Good evening. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, Town Meeting Member from Precinct 1. And I'll try not to repeat too many of the things that you've heard already this evening. You can certainly read the memo on the legal analysis, and that covers it in considerable detail. But remember on November 7th, my neighbors and I came, and I pointed out that on this question of opening a retail marijuana store at 1032 Beacon Street, I've never seen the level of community opposition. It really began as a grassroots, no pun intended, movement of people who didn't really know much about town politics but got together in living rooms and tried to figure out what was going on. They stopped me in the street. They'd be driving by, they'd turn around and come back and track me down and ask how they could understand the process and what they could do to prevent this store from opening. And I want to emphasize that that level of opposition is important and unprecedented. But it's not just the level of opposition that makes this a bad site. It's the fact that this is a bad site that drives the level of opposition up to such high levels. And you've heard a little bit from Ranch Kimball previously, and you can hear more from him again, on some of the particularly negative impacts that will be associated with this site for the neighborhood. And Ranch Kimball knows a little bit about economic development and site selection. You heard again from Kate Silbaugh, who knows a little bit about public process in this town as a long-term town meeting member, about how disappointing it was that when Ascend had a community outreach meeting, and you got this last time in writing, certain members of the public were excluded, particularly the leading opponents. Other members of the public were intimidated, and Ascend promised information and then either suppressed or withheld it. All of this was disturbing, particularly not only for a company that says it's going to uphold a higher standard, but for one, in its October 2nd submission to the town, said how deeply it cared about the community fabric that makes Brookline special, and how it wanted a proposal that was built on a foundation of community support. You've heard more tonight on the legal aspects of the application and the fact that it doesn't conform with state and local laws and regulations regarding the buffer zone and gross square footage. I think as the select board, you have to consider very seriously the request that you terminate the ongoing discussions with Ascend at the staff level and at the select board level over a host community agreement, because they have not presented an application that meets the basic legal requirements for under zoning and state regulations to be cited at 1032 Beacon Street. So I hope you'll consider that very seriously, and you have the analysis in front of you, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. A lot to think about. Okay, moving on to our calendar. Thank you for your comments. We have minutes for November 7th and 13th. I have some corrections to the 7th. I'll move the minutes for November 7th and 13th as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. We have a change order for $15,532.21 with the Coolidge Corner School. Did I see Mr. Quigley? I guess not. Okay. So let's talk about the Housing Authority. So this is a question of adopting a resolution affirming the payment in lieu of taxes pilot agreement with the Brookline Housing Authority. Mr. Jacobs.
Good evening.
Mr. Gilbert.
I'm Michael Jacobs. I'm the new chair of the Brookline Housing Authority.
Congratulations.
Thank you, as of May. As presented to the board back in February, the #1 strategic initiative of the Brookline Housing Authority is the preservation and rehabilitation of our federal public housing. The properties are an irreplaceable resource of the town in terms of diversity of population. They make up 499 units in 6 locations and represent the majority of the VHA senior and disabled population. Although Patrick Dober and his staff have done a remarkable job keeping the properties up to speed, they have over $100 million of repair needs because of the HUD formula, which does not adequately fund either capital or operating resources necessary to maintain them. We're really at a critical juncture right now. Luckily, HUD has come up with a program called the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which does provide us an opportunity to access both tax-exempt bonds and private equity through the federal low-income housing tax credits which will provide a large capital infusion of non-town resources into the community to rehabilitate our projects. We are looking at this point, the pilots, which haven't really been looked at since the 1950s, are a really critical aspect of this program in terms of financial viability of our developments. And we're really looking to you tonight to affirm the pilot agreements in order to continue to maintain that viability. I'd like to turn this over to Patrick to give you a little more detail of the program.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mike, for coming on board as our chairman after David Treach retired after some 20 years. We appreciate his service, but thanks for taking up this item. And I just wanted to mention other folks on our team who are here tonight. Behind Mike is Sue Cohen, who's a member of our Board of Commissioners, and then Maria Maffei. Behind her is our redevelopment director, who's doing the real heavy lifting on our redevelopment work. I met with Neil and Mel 10 days or so ago, and they asked me to just give a super brief update on our actual work, how we're proceeding with our renovation work, and then just a couple points on the pilot agreement, and then see if there are any questions. But so the first property we'll be renovating under our strategic initiative is 61 Park Street, right outside Coolidge Corner, 100-unit seniors property. We've got the team in place to undertake a major construction project. We're staying on schedule for a construction start in the first half of next year. The key hire was Baker Wall Associates as our architect. They specialize in affordable housing redevelopment projects, and they have a super track record. The second thing in the updates, we're pleased that so far the cost estimates look like they will allow us to install for the first time in a Housing Authority seniors property central air conditioning. When we met with our residents and spoke to them about that, we had a standing ovation. Given global warming and taking care of people's health, we're hoping the numbers hold up and allow us to do that. And the HVAC systems in general will greatly improve the energy efficiency and the green aspect of our properties. And then the final update is, to be sure, we're talking about properties and funding, but a paramount consideration is our residents, our seniors and disabled folks who live at this property. We've had quite a few meetings with the residents. They've had input with the architects. We're pleased to say that no resident will need to be relocated. We'll be able to fix up people's apartments, and each person will have to move to a different apartment in the building for a few weeks. And another key member of our team now is we've hired there's a specialized profession that works with residents and properties like this. Will be providing case management to each resident of the senior property, so everything from medical equipment to pets will be sort of case managed and handled carefully during these temporary relocations, which should get started next spring. So on the pilot provisions, we have just a couple, 2 or 3 or 4 basic points. We have, as folks may know by now, state-funded properties and federally funded housing. And we have a pilot agreement in place for each. And state and federal law provide very clear and particular authorization for pilot agreements between local housing authorities and municipalities. It's kind of a category of one. As Michael Jacobs mentioned, the pilots are functional, but they, in all sincerity, haven't been dusted off for some time. And we think this is a good opportunity where we are right now. The Housing Authority and our funders for the redevelopment work, they simply need assurance from the town that the pilots will remain in place for Housing Authority apartments that are, and this is right from the documents you have, at the Housing Authority sites, continue to serve 100% low-income households, continue to charge well below market rents, and continue to be subsidized under at least one affordable housing program. And in addition, the votes bring the pilots up to date. For example, the last time the state agreement was touched, it had a bunch of transition provisions related to kind of clarifying where things were in 2005, and we just take those out to clean things up. I think the final point would be that we've been pleased with discussions we've had with town officials, whether it's Neil or Mel, and in particular town assessor Gary McCabe, who isn't here tonight, but as we note in our cover memo, Mr. McCabe is really up to speed in detail with our proposal. He supports it. He considers it fully allowable under, the way he looks at the law, and he's prepared to issue a letter from the assessors, giving his stamp of approval following a vote of the select board. So, glad to respond to any questions. And calling our panel of experts here if needed.
I'll tell you, it's kind of fun looking at these old documents and looking at who's signing them.
Some of the town fathers and mothers are.
Yeah. So 1955. The only signature I can make out is Sumner Kaplan.
Well, and Dick Leary was the executive secretary.
Oh wow! Wow. I'll tell you, I'm fully supportive of the pilot agreement and the work that the Housing Authority does, and I know that keeping these properties maintained is a struggle. The funding has been over the years getting less and less especially from the federal government, as they've tried to get out of the housing business. So we have a new innovative way to try and fund this. So I'm fully supportive of this.
Yeah, I join the chair in his words of encouragement and support for this. I think I view this as a real partnership between the town, capital T, and the Housing Authority, and this is just another way to document that partnership and see it continue hopefully far into the future.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, basically this continues the town's interest in affordable housing, and I think that's the main point, that we keep it affordable in this way, and help to keep it affordable in this way, and up to maintenance and capital improvement standards that are really important.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I support it also. And, the pilot agreement gives you some stability so that you can carry out the financing of your work. So that's an important part of this whole thing.
Right, and I know what you're talking. You know what you're talking about when it comes to financing. So yeah, absolutely. We are able to control our operating expenses, and that allows us to raise more capital to do the renovation work. Is kind of a punchline. So thank you all for your support.
Okay, so I'll move that we adopt a resolution affirming the pilot payment in lieu of taxes with the Brookline Housing Authority. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Person Franco.
Aye.
Select Person Heller.
Aye.
Select Person Green.
Aye.
Select Person Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay.
Thanks for your support.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Quigley. So you missed your chance to get out of here a little earlier. So this is a change order of $15,532.21 with Shawmut Construction. This is a little one compared to some of the ones we've seen.
Indeed, it is, yes, in comparison, yes.
$120 million project.
Right. It's so this is as you said, consists of 8 items, various changes and credits for a net increase of $15,532.21 if approved. Change order number 29. It's already been approved by the Building Commission and School Committee, and I can run through the items or take questions as you wish.
No, I don't think you have to run through the items. These look pretty straightforward and
Primarily electrical and HVAC items, as you can see.
yeah. Any questions? So I'll move that we approve the change order 29 an increase in the amount of $15,532.21 to contract with Shawmut Design and Construction in connection with the Coolidge Corner School project. All those in favor, please say aye. Selectperson Franco.
Aye.
Selectperson Heller.
Aye.
Selectperson Green.
Green, aye.
Selectperson Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I always ask, whenever you're here, are we on time and on budget? So we know we're on time. The school opened when it's supposed to, so we're still on budget, right?
We're still on budget, and we continue to focus our efforts on commissioning, punch list, and a few other issues, project closeout and some other things. So, as I said, we'll be here for quite some time.
So we'll be seeing a few more of these, I
We
presume.
will, yes. Unfortunately, yes. But it's now all the paperwork comes in and the closeout and all of the back and forth on various issues. And
So when are you going to be available for the next project?
now, I'm available. We'll make time.
Okay.
There's always more time.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, folks. Good night.
Okay. We have some board and commission interviews, and this is for the candidates for appointment to the Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee. And Mr. Toffel, come join the party.
Hello, this is Mike Toffel.
Tell us about yourself and your interest in the committee.
Sure. So I live on Abbotsford Road in Precinct 8. I've lived in the town for 8 years. I'm a professor at Harvard Business School, where I'm in the Technology and Operations Management group and lead our core class, our core MBA class on Technology and Operations Management, which is about process management, supply chain management, innovation. My research is about how companies interact with the environment and how they influence policy, how policy influences them, how they try and do things on their own. My activities in the town, I have 2 kids, one in the high school, one at Coolidge Corner School. I've been a volunteer on the school council there. I was going to say for the number of years, but instead I can say the number of principals, for 5 principals, which is less impressive when you know Coolidge Corner School. It's about 7 years. I've been on the outdoor design committee for the Coolidge Corner School, so I've been volunteering where I can. I'm a rec soccer coach, and I coach kids in futsal, which has engaged me with trying to reserve gym space, so I know a little bit about that. Hurdles. I'm a newly elected town meeting member, so I'm still finishing my first cycle there. Thank you. And so I know you all sit. So I know you all sit there, or you're coming and going during those meetings. And I can just point out that in my first 2 meetings, I've spoken up in each instance. One's planned and one's unplanned. And so just to give you a sense of the types of things that I think our town should be thinking about. In the first meeting, I spoke up about the Cyprus debate, encouraging town meeting to not vote in a way that would shut down debate, but rather in a way to encourage discussion and encourage study about what the best way for Cypress Field is disposition. And I lost the vote on that one. And then more recently, with this question about extending the gas pipeline to the fire station, which I thought was like no big deal. But then when I discovered that the building commissioner had not really explored it.
Well, that's a topic of discussion tonight.
Oh, okay.
So you should stick around.
Okay. So when
more was done than was expressed.
Yeah.
So
So when it
that
became right. Okay, good. Well,
Come back.
I wish it were expressed. So when it seemed as if not much study had been done about alternatives, then it raised my eyebrow and thought, if we have a climate action plan, we should be at least doing the cost analysis. And if it becomes prohibitively expensive, of course, we've got to figure out how to use our tax dollars wisely. But it seemed at the time that people hadn't even been thinking about it. And so I voted against that.
We think, and the people who help us think about it are sitting in the
Excellent.
back.
Excellent. And I'm hoping that it's great news if more was thought about than was revealed. That's an easier problem to fix.
There were a lot of people caught flat-footed on that one.
I see. So anyway, I'm just giving you these as examples, not to relitigate those issues, but rather to give you a sense of my thinking about how I think town should think about some of these issues. So I'm not sure who else you're interviewing for this position, but I don't really have a clear stake in this whole outcome. I think it's interesting to sort of think about revenue streams and cost streams and what we could be doing differently and benchmarking against other towns and cities. So I would welcome the opportunity to work on this, but others you may be interviewing may have a passion for this and tons of experience. I don't have tons of experience in this particular question, but I'm trained as a applied microeconomist, and those are the skills I bring to bear in my academic work and would bring to bear here. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So, Mr. Franken?
One of the things that caught my attention about your application was that you highlighted the need not only to conduct the analysis and be thorough and rigorous and fact-based, but also to clearly convey the results. I think that is something that that everybody struggles with when doing this type of analysis that's very detail-oriented and in some ways is done in a language that many people, including many residents of the town, aren't transacting in every day. So can you dig into that thought a little bit more?
Sure.
And maybe some strategies for how you might think that we can be clearer and more precise in the way we communicate what's going on?
Yeah, so my comment there was not meant to be a critique of how past communications have occurred, because I haven't dug into it. Mm-hmm. But I think the outcome of the result, in order to hold sway and be viewed as legitimate, needs to be conveyed in a way that's accessible to everyone. And I bring this to bear in my job all the time, because we do complicated statistics for my academic work, but I always strive to write my papers in a way that's accessible to all. And similarly, in my teaching in the MBA classroom, we're bringing in complicated concepts that we try and explain in a way that all 93 of my students get on first pass. So, it's something that I work hard on a day-to-day basis in my daily life, and so communications translation is something that, I bring my academic work into the popular press, and I publish in the New York Times and the Guardian, things like that, in a way that is accessible. So it's something that I think is important, and that's an area I think I could bring some skill to.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's very important. Too often I read legal documents, other documents that are just mumble jumble, and while the analysis may be spot on, the ability to convey the nuances of what's being discussed is just not there. So that's an important skill. And I guess generally, as a microeconomics professor at Harvard, I mean, your skill set, is going to be useful in any type of endeavor like this. But I'd like to sort of get down to what specifically would you bring to the Fiscal Advisory Committee that is unique beyond just your general skills as an economist?
Yeah, well, so
I mean, in terms of
sure.
Your research, your training, things that you've studied, et cetera, that relate to a town and its fiscal issues.
Yeah, so I don't have much background in the fiscal goings-on of towns or budgeting. So if you think that this task force should be comprised of people who have that expertise, then you shouldn't select me, because I don't have that expertise.
Well, it's not just that expertise, but it's sort of appreciation for the difference between a public entity and a private entity, a government entity.
Yeah, so I think there are, right, I think there, so I can, this brings me back a little bit to where I got my MBA, which was at Yale, which was a Master's in Public and Private Management, it was called at the time, where the idea there is that you're training managers, you're not training business managers or government officials or nonprofit officials, that there's a certain set of managerial skills and managerial responsibilities that apply across sectors. And so, to me, it seems like a lot of these issues are actually quite similar. If we're thinking about how to run things efficiently, which is something that I teach about, I mean, that is something that I think is common across different types of organizations. Nonprofits need to be efficient, governments need to be efficient, and the private sector needs to be efficient. Where I think some of the differences hold is just where the priorities are. So, for example, equity plays a much bigger role in the public sector than it does in the private sector. Other aspects of access or hours, like it may be not profitable to open the gyms on weekends, but it might nonetheless be something we want to do to provide access to the community for a place to appreciate our schools, especially if we have in mind the need for community appreciation of our schools and investment in our schools. So I think thinking about the long run matters a little bit differently when you're a government entity than when you're private. So those are some examples of equity, access, and thinking long run. But I'm open. My guess is that this board would be most effective if it had a variety of perspectives, all of which had some skills to bring to bear, some from the private sector, some from the public sector, but all with an appreciation for the values that each other bring.
Right, and you actually just expressed how we've staffed past committees of this type, where we try to get a variety of backgrounds, just for that very reason. And I think it's important to get a mix of people some of whom have been around town government, can bring that experience, but others, some fresh faces, to bring some new blood into this, new perspectives into this. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just important for us to hear how specifically you would express that the importance of that type of broad types of perspectives on a committee like this.
Right. So have I answered your question? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If I have. Okay.
I think what, why I focused in these interviews on asking people if they're comfortable that their skill set is translatable to the issues that are in front of us. And it is a fiscal advisory committee, and most of the people don't have specific experience in municipal finance, but the question is whether the skill set that you do have is translatable. And I think that's what you're saying, and that's what you have been saying in response to Mr. Green's question.
I think so. I mean, it's a little unclear to me exactly what this commission will do. I mean, I've read the 2-page document, so from that perspective, I think that there's areas where I can add value, but I don't want to overpitch this because I don't know.
My concern, not with you, but my concern in general, is that someone with that diverse type of background, perspective, et cetera, be willing to acknowledge that maybe there's a piece of this that they aren't an expert in and need to work with others who have different experiences to come up with something that's appropriate for a town governmental body.
I see. I can assure you, I am not an expert in many of the things this group will discuss. And part of what is appealing to me is to actually learn from the colleagues who would be assembled.
Sure. Anything else? Okay. I think next week we're going to try to make appointments and get this thing going finally.
We're going to make appointments next week.
We've been trying for weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is Chris Avery here? And Sharon Schaffman. Howdy. Welcome. Wow.
Good evening.
You have a very interesting background. Financial planning and piano.
Yes.
Tell us about yourself.
Well, I went to a music conservatory in grad school, studied as a piano performance major, and I worked for about 30 years as a performer, teacher. I worked at the River School Conservatory in Weston, and I was chair of the piano department there for about 10 years, supervising about 18 teachers. I taught I taught my own studio of students and theory classes, and I headed a Saturday program for little kids. And as can happen as one arrives at midlife, I was ready for a big change. And I went back to school and became a certified financial planner, and have gotten my securities licenses and insurance licenses, and now work as a financial planner.
Okay.
So I've got a big question for you.
Okay.
Why this committee? What drew you to it?
I've been a town meeting member from Precinct 14 for about 4 years, and I really enjoy doing that. I find it very rewarding to be part of the town government. And as we look at budgets every year, I always have questions. I always wonder if the money for the town is being spent in the most advantageous way. And I think given my more recent background, I look at this from a real financial point of view. So I'm very interested in the town. I have a lot invested in the town myself personally. And I think my interest in finance would translate pretty well to the financial part of this committee.
So I applaud that intellectual curiosity. I think that's really to be commended, and that's, I think, sort of how all of us ended up sitting up here. So be careful what you wish for. It sort of dovetails with something else that I was going to ask you about. In one of your areas of interest, you say you're interested in seeing this group address town spending.
Yes.
So this is a group that's going to be less focused on the year-to-year budgets and the appropriation for how much the fire department gets, how much we spend on park renovation, how much we give to the Council on Aging. And it's more about multi-year, long-term planning. And what I've been saying, sort of an over-the-shoulder review of how we make those specific annual budget appropriations, and are our policies in line? Are we sort of spending money the way we should and prioritizing properly? Are we doing the correct analysis for operating costs, and can we be more efficient? And I just want to make sure you understand that we're sort of removed from the budget process.
Yes.
We're sort of up 1 or 2 levels and talking strategy and multi-year forecasting.
Sure. I think the intersection of policy and budget is, or maybe just town finances is really important. And that is a question that I don't know exactly how that works right now in the town, but it's something that certainly could always use examination.
Well, again, I'll ask the question of, do you believe that your skills and your skill set are translatable to a milieu of municipal finance, and how we arrive at the policies that we do in order to drill down to our budget level?
Absolutely. I enjoy working with numbers, and one of the reasons why I decided to go into this career that I'm in is I really enjoy the big puzzle, and finding a way to put the pieces. I work as a personal financial planner, but putting the pieces of somebody's life and goals and long-term view into a picture that works within their own specific situation. I realize this is a town and not a family, but it's a similar point of view, is taking the long view and planning for long-term goals and whether or not they're attainable and how to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Frankel stole my question. As usual.
It's the advantage of seniority.
I also could tell you I've been a resident of the town for 24 years, so I've been here a long time. My daughter went K through 12 and is now in college, and I'm the treasurer of the Settlement Neighborhood Association. So I have roots here that mean a lot to me.
Okay, so next week, I think
Next week we will be making appointments.
Yes, I think it's 11 people we're trying to get it to?
We are more than that. We've had, I think, 15 applicants. I don't have my handy-dandy spreadsheet in front of me, but that's the number that pops into my head.
Okay, so it'd be a fairly large committee, but the diversity of folks at every level of diversity every aspect of diversity is quite fascinating. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, we have 2 more items on the agenda, both of which are very interesting. And the next up is Netta. They're out in the hall, I presume. So this is a big day for you guys. I woke up listening to Amanda this morning on the radio.
She hasn't stopped the whole time.
Stay standing, I can't forget. Hi,
Howdy.
we're back again. Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, Bob Allen, and star of the day. Amanda Rostano, Netta.
Right.
I'd like a little recap about how it went today.
Yes, please.
Sure. So today was our first day of adult use sales out in Northampton. In fact, today was the first day of adult use cannabis sales east of the Mississippi. So it was a big day in Northampton. We did get a lot of people. We're still serving them right now. Actually, we're open until 10 p.m. We couldn't be happier about how smoothly it went. We really, as we've been working with you guys, we've been working really closely with the police department, with the mayor's office. The mayor of Northampton actually made the first cannabis purchase out in Northampton today.
Yeah, you won't get that here.
Speak for yourself.
I'm sorry.
So
Maybe 1/5 of the mayor.
yeah, I think that all in all, we couldn't have asked for a smoother rollout. I think there were some concerns about how early are people going to be lining up. We had a few people show up in the wee hours of the night. I think a lot of the appeal was around being the first, the first store open, the first folks to be able to purchase cannabis on the East Coast. So yeah, it was an ordeal, but it was calm, it was organized, it was well managed. We had all hands on deck. We had our whole executive team outside working the lines. We're handing out coffee and water and making sure people are comfortable, really educating people while they're waiting in line so that make sure that as they get into the store, they can kind of get in and out pretty quickly. We're introducing people who weren't already using it to our Reserve Ahead app, which, some people were getting in and out in 2 minutes with that technology. So the great thing about it was it allowed us an opportunity to see what works really well and what things we needed to tweak. Certainly with the online platform, the app, there were some issues that we had to iron out. They've been resolved. By 2:30 when we were leaving today, the line was about half as long as it was when we started the day. So, like I said, I think there was a lot of appeal around that being the first store to open. Do I think there's still going to be a line here in Brookline? Yeah, I think that it's reasonable to think that people are going to line up for us here as well, but I think that it's going to be a little bit different in that, some of the appeal of it being like the very first, it's going to be several weeks from now. So we think that it'll be a slightly different feel going on there. But there was no incidents, not a one. We turned away probably a dozen people who did not have proper identification. We're probably 21, but some of them had, for example, a paper temporary ID that wouldn't scan. We couldn't serve them. We had some press come. They didn't bring their IDs. They weren't allowed in. Compliance is king at Netta, so, we weren't taking any chances with anybody. So, we did have some unhappy people who waited in line for a very long time with an expired ID just to be turned away when they got to the door. We felt terrible about it, but what are you going to do? So, yeah, so with...
So with that, we've been working and we've seen the draft conditions that were prepared by Town Council. Netta is prepared to accept all of them as received, and we're here to really answer any further questions you may have.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask Ms. Carrere to help walk us through this so the board and the public gets a sense of the extent of the conditions. And they are rather extensive as was the license agreement for NETA operating as a medical dispensary, and this is kind of based on that one. And I'll also say that license agreement has been sent out and used by other communities as kind of a model. So and I've sent it to other communities. So, Ms. Graham.
Thank you. Good evening. Patty Correa from Town Council's office. So the draft that you have in front of you started out as, frankly, a block copy from the medical marijuana conditions. They were largely based on the medical marijuana conditions. As you know, the town established a zoning process and a licensing process recently in May of 2018 through the new bylaws that passed town meeting. And the zoning bylaw provides for pre-vetting of applicants and an extensive review process and reporting process. So that generated materials that you have in the application materials, reports from the various departments about recommended additions to them, essentially to the medical marijuana conditions. And many of them had to do with anticipating excitement about the opening of adult sales and lines and crowds and so forth. So there are a number of new conditions in this draft that do address that. There was quite a lot of attention very recently paid to the queuing issue after news reports began to circulate about how things were going elsewhere in the state as adult sales were opening. And there were some other items in there that were recommended in either the reports by the departments in connection with the special permit application or newer reports submitted to the select board in connection with the license application. So we did try to, the draft does try to address all of the recommendations from the department, including some very recent tweaking that occurred with news reports of lines.
So just kind of walking through it, we have the hours of operation, which we'll come back to that because I think that's going to probably be the biggest point of discussion with this board. But let's hold that. Let's kind of walk through as agreement comply with all the laws of the Commonwealth and the town. Agreement to comply with the community host agreement, agreement to maintain all licenses and permits, and that they can only operate within the purview of those licenses. If they close, they need to tell us. They must obtain select board approval from managers, executive management team members, directors, alternate managers. And that's modeled after our alcohol regulations and the way we regulate alcohol. Security must be approved by our chief of police. A manager, alternate manager must be on premises at all times. There shall be no consumption, production, or manufacture of products at the establishment. Deliveries will not originate from the premises except unless it's required by law. There'll be a police officer on site to direct the pedestrian and vehicular traffic, and the police department can request additional officers. Installation of mirrors.
Could I just ask
a
question?
Yeah, sure.
So this means that NETA will have the responsibility for hiring and detailing, is that correct? Okay, you understand that. All right.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it's been. Mirrors, this is at the vehicular entrance on Route 9. An attendant to help direct park cars. No products supplied free of charge as samples. So Don't even think about it.
No coupons?
No giveaways, coupons, no donations of marijuana. No.
That provision is actually in the bylaw. Mostly, I didn't include elements that are in the bylaw, but that is something that I think people have been surprised by, so I thought it was worth adding.
Right.
In the conditions as well.
There'll be a transportation demand management plan. There are extensive language here about accepting valid proof of age IDs. And there's an extensive discussion in here of how queuing is to be handled, including queuing of pedestrians is permitted on a trial basis for the first 6 months. There'll be a staff person on site monitoring and managing the queuing. There must be a clear path for pedestrians at least 4 feet wide. The queuing shouldn't go past the corner of Washington Street and White Place. And NETA has the responsibility to monitor the queuing even when the establishment is closed. So if there's queuing before they open, especially at the beginning of operations, they're responsible for managing it. And then there must be a town-approved opening plan. NETA will maintain the public sidewalk with respect to snow. They will work with our inspectional departments. There's also a parking arrangement which was detailed last week with Homewood Suites, and if necessary, they'll work to identify additional parking. So that's going to be a work in progress, see how that works out. There's an agreement about signage. There's an agreement to notify the police department of any suspected violation of criminal law taking place on or near the location of the establishment. The licensee agrees to share with the town video should the town desire, and there have been instances where the town, especially events happening around the facility, where the video has been used in investigations, and that's been very useful and help us solve crimes. And there's an alarm system monitored by a third party. Extensive agreement here regarding packaging and labeling and the kinds of informational material which is approved by our health department. The products are subject to random inspection and testing by the town. There'll be a designated patient handicap drop-off space within the parking lot. The parking area will be clean from garbage and debris. The parking lot will be restriped. There's a requirement for certain kinds of lighting around bicycles, bicycle rack. There's a continuation of the requirement for an annual community meeting, which NETA to this point has been, I was going to say religiously complied with, though that's the wrong.
High level of compliance.
Yeah. Comply with requests for information. If anything, generally, though it says it much better, if things change, they tell us. The town has an up-to-date list of names and 24-hour phone numbers and email addresses of key personnel. There'll be a pre-operational inspection. The licensee will share certain data with the town, and that's a summary of 10 pages of conditions. Any questions before we get into hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a couple comments. I would still like to note, maybe it doesn't have to be in here, but that NETA has some plan to engage with the high school in particular on issues of underage usage. For example, I think it'd be useful to have or to give notice to the school committee of your annual meetings so that they could, go and identify to you any problems that they see occurring. I mean, this is something new, and we're sort of feeling our way around, but that's something that I think is very important.
No, we've actually discussed that, and that will happen and will continue to happen. There is a Brookline resident who's a nurse who provides a lot of education both to patients and has been working with the health department and the high school in particular, and will continue to do so and be available. Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, numbering is screwed up in the document. Just throw that out.
I will check that.
And so in terms of the videotaping, is there a period of retention of those videotapes that has been agreed?
90 days.
That's been addressed.
Hey, look at that. I missed... So it goes from, on page 5, it ends in 31, and then goes back on page 6 to 26, Patty. So just
yeah.
Right.
The other thing is the recreational cannabis information materials. It doesn't. I didn't see that it has to be approved or reviewed by the health department. I think that's pretty important. I mean, the patient handbook.
It hasn't yet. I mean, we will provide that to the health department for sure. The patient book is a different
right.
So our patient handbook was actually designed in collaboration with Dr. Balsam, the former health director, and also Dr. Jett has seen that material. The adult use educational materials are really stem from that information, and it's sort of just kind of scaled down to remove some of the patient, the forms and information that the patients have to fill out and return to us. But by and large, it's very similar information, and a lot of that is laid out in the conditions what needs to be in that. And we do have that ready to present to the health department for approval.
Yeah.
So on page 5, it's number 27. I think there's another number 27 later, but it's the one that's underlined in pink here, at least on my copy, about posting police department signage and inform the public of the penalties for driving under the influence, etc. And I'm wondering whether that should be expanded to include an information handout. I mean, people read signs, but, they don't always read them, and they don't even always read things that are given to them. But at least if something is given to them, it's more likely that they're going to, because I'm not sure people really understand all the rules around possession and,
Yeah, I believe it's in the book already.
Yeah. So part of the consumer education materials that we do have available to hand out to adult use consumers not only talks about information about cannabis and how to safely consume cannabis and going low and slow and how to safely store it in the childproof containers, but it also goes into detailed information about what you can and can't do under this law. You can't drive under the influence. You can't smoke in public. You can't consume in public, period. You have to do it in the privacy of your own home. So that's really laid out clearly for people, and in a way...
You can't give it to underage...
Can't give it to underage people. You can't enter the facility if you're under 21, no matter what. So that's something that we really make clear to people in that educational material. And then again, at the point of sale, our customer service associates go through weeks and weeks of training. And that training is really designed to ensure that they know what information to give to every single person who comes into our store. So they're going to get that information in a variety of ways: signage at the stores, educational materials, our website. We try to be very inclusive to make sure that the smooth rollout of this program and seeing people use cannabis in a very responsible way for us is the most important thing. We know that we can't be successful without people doing this responsibly. So we're really trying to drive that message home in any way that we can, and through any materials that we can provide, and try to do it in a way that's clear and concise. You don't have to read legalese to understand, like, you can't smoke in public. So we try to make that very clear to people.
In these materials, in these educational materials, are you discussing the health effects of, or potential health effects of cannabis on growing brains, for instance? I know the jury is not
sure. We don't go into great detail on the variety of research that is out there, but what we do go into detail about is, again, how to safely store the product. Every single product package that we have has a message that this is not safe for children. Every package is child-proof. So there's a number of different ways that we get that message across to people, for us to be selectively choosing this study or that study and highlighting that. It doesn't make a lot of sense for us, but there is a page of our handbook that goes into that provides links to information such as that you're describing, also substance abuse resources. All of that is included in those materials, which we can provide to you folks.
One of my concerns is that, it's easy to say to a teenager, this is not a safe product for you to use, and that he's, but if you detail why it's not safe and the reasons behind that and what the potential downfalls are, that can make sense to kids,
sure,
they're more likely to listen to that.
So one of the things that's happening is that's happening largely at the Cannabis Control Commission level. They were actually at our store today, and they had a table set up right at our front door, and they were handing out materials that said exactly that. And so, we're working very closely with them. We invited them to come out today to make sure that they're helping us to get their message across. And what they've described to us is their next move now that they're starting to get these stores open is to focus on their public awareness campaign. So they're really getting the word out. You're going to start to see commercials on TV and on the radio and ads really sort of highlighting that message and driving people to their website where the details of that information can be found.
Okay. Anything else before we get into the hours?
Go ahead, I'll find my note. Oh, there was one other issue that I had. This might have to do with the hours, and that was page 7 of this draft. It's labeled number 33, about conspicuously posting signs in the parking lot. That the public is limited to for NETA customers only, and parking time is limited to 30 minutes maximum. Given what you said earlier about the lines at your store in Northampton, I'm assuming people stood in line longer than 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that that we would need some leniency on this condition for possibly the first few days. But by and large, 30 minutes is actually a very long time for someone to be parking if we're not dealing with sort of opening day. So we typically see our parking spots turn around in our lot in under 15 minutes.
So would you allow, your opening is at 10, would you allow people to start parking before 9:30?
I mean, honestly, it's not a question that we've had to consider yet, but I think that probably if we did not, if we couldn't, then we wouldn't.
If they're going to be looking for parking, they're
Yeah,
around in the street.
I'd rather they park in the parking lot than cruise the street.
You're just gonna redirect them into the
11 or
neighborhood if
something,
you do
so it's
that.
not a huge deal.
It's a dedicated parking lot.
Yeah, and then they have the Homeward Suites overflow.
You know, I think the purpose of this condition, I assume, is really to discourage folks who aren't frequenting our facility, and also to not loiter once they're at our facility. But we do our best to get people in and out as quickly as possible.
I'm going to come at this from maybe a slightly different angle, and I want to be clear. I don't think this has to be a condition. This is sort of operational education for us. What type of efforts are you doing to convince people, to make people aware of the fact that you're in a transportation-rich environment, that you've got T and bus?
Yep, so there's a number of things that we do there. So so first off, you know, we have a what we call a Getting to NETA guide that outlines all of the different parking locations that we have, all of the different modes of public transportation to Brookline, to our store. You know, basically it shows that we have a bike rack, encourages people to come, you know, by other means other than a vehicle. That information is also available via our website, so that when people, you know, log on to check out what they might want to come order, they're getting that information at that point in time. People call the store, and we're letting them know. You know, I think it's also a learning process for people. They come once, they see what the options are. I think because Brookline is an urban area, I think that we're going to see a lot more people coming via public transportation here than we would have seen in Northampton today. And I think that we're going to see...
I would hope so.
Yeah. And we're going to see more people, I think, using other means other than a vehicle in the adult use market, because we have less folks who are, you know, disabled or, you know, unable to get around on their own. So yeah, so and already we, you know, less than 50% of our traffic is vehicular traffic. So we think that number will continue to decrease.
Okay, then let's get to the main event. So the hours were a topic of discussion last week, and so the starting point is the proposal, which is 10 to 10, Mondays to Fridays, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., Saturdays and Sundays. So how do folks feel? And the argument was made for the longer hours.
You're starting at 9.
Well, I would. In my thinking, I was focusing. Well, I was initially focusing at the front end. So I certainly for weekdays, I'm satisfied 10 a.m. is a good start time. The rush hour is over. The kids are in school. Traffic over there has died down somewhat.
So we're talking about the weekend.
Right. So how do we feel about 9 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays?
I'm okay with it. I mean, I don't think that, you know, I can't think that it would be a particular hardship on the neighborhood at that hour, as long as there wasn't a lot of noise and disruption. So, you know, that would be my only concern. I'm assuming there'll be a police detail in place, and your parking attendant will be there. I'm assuming that Homewood Suites has its parking lot is open and available. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit concerned about the language if NETA opens before 10 a.m. on any day of the week. Not sure, maybe Ms. Correa can, you know.
Maybe we'll say if with board approval they open.
Well, all that sentence is saying is if they open before 10 a.m.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, they'll pay extra attention to parking, to traffic counts during that time period. That's all that's saying. So,
And any other hours have to be with board approval anyway.
yeah. So,
I have no problem with weekend, on the weekend. I can think of no reason why we should object to 9 a.m. on the weekend. I thought hard, but I can't think of any reason why that's a problem.
okay, so let's,
We can revisit that. you know.
well,
Yeah.
I like to see a variety of hours just because you never know what someone's schedule is. So if we had just made it 10 o'clock a.m. across the board, we may be unintentionally preventing someone from being able to go. Just a thought.
Now, how, at what point are we going to revisit the experience and to understand how this is impacting the neighborhood, the traffic, et cetera?
I mean, so the plan is to keep in constant communication with the police department, all the inspectional departments. We can come back and give an update to the board if the members so request, and that there's no problem there. We'll do the community meetings annually, but if you want a 3-month update, we're happy to come in and, you know, come to you and tell you how it went officially and how it's been going.
I talk to Lieutenant Raskin probably once or twice a week.
Isn't there a provision in here for quarterly reporting?
Yes, there are extensive reporting requirements.
Yeah, so,
yes.
we have that opportunity to revisit.
And then you can always come by and see for yourself how it's going.
Just bring a valid ID, yeah.
Baseball hat, fake beard.
You don't have to hide in the shadows anymore.
right.
It's legal.
Don't have to what?
Hide in the shadows. Okay. So how about the other end? So the proposal is 10 p.m. All nights. I don't have a problem with 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. So the question I have is during the week.
Well, I guess the question will be whether or not there's a lot of noise, people waiting on the sidewalk and a lot of noise and, disruption in that way. And we obviously won't know until it happens. And what is your experience, for instance, tonight?
Sure. Yeah. No, I can speak to that. So actually, the line really died down as the day went on today. So we're seeing much shorter lines towards the end of the day.
Well, what does that mean, Amanda? I mean, you talked about this morning that there was a big line. Was that 20 people or was it 100 people?
It's hard to say exactly how many, but what I can tell you is that even when the line was very long today, it was a very orderly, well-managed line. There was not one. There was 3 police officers there provided by the city of Northampton, and there was not one instance of public consumption. There was not one security incident. Everyone was calm, patient, just waiting to come in. I think people have these ideas that it's going to be this big party, and if there was going to be that type of environment, today would have been the day. And it just wasn't the case. And you can see video footage of today and see that the line, it was long, but it was very orderly. People were really, in check, very responsible. And like I said, I think we have a responsibility to be out there when there is a line outside, managing that line and making sure that it's orderly. So whether, we don't expect there to be lines outside for an extended period of time, but anytime there is a line outside, we're going to make sure that not only we're out there, but we have parking attendants, our executive team, our management team are all going to be all hands on deck for that opening period to help manage, and ensure the line is well controlled.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm willing to go to 10 p.m. as long as maybe we have a 3-month check-in.
10 p.m. 7 days a week? Or?
Yeah. And after 3 months, You guys come back, we have a conversation, and we see if it's working.
Why do it that way as opposed to limit it, and if things go well, expand?
Well, I would just ask that, part of the reason we're asking for these expanded hours is to help to manage the volume. We've been open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. in Northampton on the medical side for over a year now. Those are our hours on the adult use side as well. We've seen that it's broadened access for a lot of people who need to come in later in the day. We're just hopeful to be able to provide that same access here. We're hopeful that we're very confident that it will be well managed, and that you guys won't have any reason to tell us we have to shut it down.
One thing, Selectman Franco, I appreciate your concern, and typically the board would want to say, hey, let's try 9 and you earn 10. One of the differences with this company is, at least them, and they have been good corporate citizens throughout. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention that I don't think we really thought about is, in reality, we're not opening until after the new year. And I think there's 2 beneficial items here. One is Northampton didn't have the ability to do a soft opening. Probably every restaurant I've ever been involved with always does a soft opening. You don't want to just hit. The state didn't allow any sort of prep time for it, so they just opened the doors and had to deal with it. So Northampton was kind of our soft opening here in Brookline, which is great. The other aspect is, if you think about it, we're going to be opening in January. Weather conditions aren't going to be conducive to a lot of people standing in line for long periods of time. So I do suggest to you that the 10 o'clock does give people options to say, I'm not going to wait, and that line's got 20 people, 30 people, I'm not waiting on that, I'll come back later tonight. So I think, particularly with the weather, I think that really gives some good options there. So we're perfectly willing to come back, but I think there's a lot of benefit to staying open a little bit later, particularly in the winter months.
So one concern I have from thinking about this is that if, it's kind of like voting. If 200 people show up at 7:45 on a voting day, they don't get in the door by 8, that they're done, they're finished. So I'm assuming that that's going to be the rule here. Whereas many retailers will say, okay, if you're in line, you've got it. But here, I think you need a cutoff. Is that correct?
That's correct. So today in Northampton, at 10 o'clock, we close our doors. If there's anybody left in line, they're asked to leave. And in fact, the way that we're going to manage that is we're going to be able to see approximately how many more people are going to be able to come in. And we're going to give people a heads up ahead of time and say, like, listen, you're more than welcome to stay in line, but at 10 o'clock the doors are shut and there's no more people coming in. So we've already executed on that in Northampton. We plan to do the same. I mean, it's not practical for us to manage an indefinite line. We need to have closure in our day, in our business day. So yeah, absolutely, that would be the rule, that at closing time the line ends. And we would finish any transactions that are in the store at that time, but other than that, the line would be shut off at exactly closing time.
And we would get a read that these people aren't going to make it. We'd have our people inside saying, listen, you should come back tomorrow, it's not going to work. Here's a coupon at Dunkin' Donuts or whatever incentives you have to keep them coming.
We didn't prohibit you from giving coupons to other reasons.
Although Dunkin' Donuts, that's related.
Well, it just popped into my head. I'll tell you one other thing about Northampton. We got to listen to Amanda. She was all talkative when she first entered the building. Was a lot of the businesses around Northampton were so happy about today. Sandwich shops were busy. There was a lot of activity in Northampton, which, as somebody who has a business in the village, I think the village could really benefit from some activity.
Yeah, that actually was I was walking through Brookline Village the other night. I think it was around 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and it was kind of dead. And I was thinking
8:30 hits and it's dead.
Yeah, and I was thinking, this.
Yeah, that's why I like the idea of later. I would like some of these establishments to have, I don't think we need to be Washington Square, but at least we could be Coolidge Corner. Coolidge Corner isn't crazy, but it stays active till at least 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So I would love that. The village gets really sleepy.
I would also add that by allowing the 10 p.m. For the next 3 months, we'll actually have hard numbers as to how many people are actually coming into that differential window. Whereas if we artificially constricted it, then we wouldn't even know what the demand might be after 9 p.m.
I'm comfortable with 10 p.m. and I think that the other benefit is that any problems that 10 p.m. shows will give us some information with respect to later licenses. So we're using you as sort of soft opening for other businesses.
I'm actually going to disagree here, and let me explain my logic. Okay. And this is a sort of, we're going to come full circle here. So I respect the argument that Mr. Allen made, and I want to be clear, I have no doubt that NETA is going to be a responsible operator, and they're going to do a great job, and we're going to have few, if any, issues whatsoever. But my mantra throughout this entire process has been, this is a legal business, and it should be held to the same standard as any other legal business in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And Mr. Allen is absolutely right. We typically, when we do liquor licensing, like liquor licenses in particular, we say, we'll give you these restricted hours, and you earn the later hours. And if I am going to sing this mantra of every business has to be treated the same, I'm going to treat every business the same.
Okay. I could come back, but I won't, because you know what I said. Big difference between midnight and 1 a.m. versus 9 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Couldn't resist.
Well, I was about to say that myself, but I agree with him.
Lieutenant Raskin, you've been sitting here very patiently. Do you have anything to add to help us through this? Hours, anything you want to tell us? Any insight you can provide us to help us get to this point?
Good evening, Lieutenant Michael Raskin from the Police Department. First, just want to say that, as Amanda said, it's been a very good working relationship. I think this is, everybody in town has sort of been learning as we go. We do have the benefit, obviously, with NETA that they've been in existence for 2.5 years doing on the medical side. I've probably done the detail, I don't know, 75, maybe 100 times. And each time I learn a little bit more on what works, what doesn't work. In terms of the hours, I think that, as Amanda was saying, like one of the goals of having the expanded hours was to reduce that. If you have less hours, you're going to have more people trying to get in during those shorter hours. Originally they wanted to start at 8 o'clock. I think we did have an issue with the 8 o'clock because there's a crossing guard who is right basically at the front stairs there from 7:30 to 8:30. The daycare center next door, that's their prime time for drop-off. So we had recommended 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, if we're looking at 10 o'clock for the start time. That does give even more of a chance for the traffic to lighten up. But I do think that the 10 o'clock at night is something that will, again, help to reduce the volume and sort of spread it out more. And they're very good now, and I'm not sure if this is part of the conditions or not, but they stop, the way on the medical side now, if they close at 7, they stop having people come in at 6:45, 15 minutes before they close. Basically allows the customer to come in, and if they haven't ordered ahead of time, they can get some information, some education, decide, how it should be used, how much they should use, things like that. But I think that, I think we'd be fine, the chief's fine with the 10 p.m. So, again, obviously there'll be police officers there, so if there's any issues.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, or does that help, I hope? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Dr. Jett, would you like to add anything to these proceedings? Since you're going to be one of the people on the hour, people of the hour, whatever. You're going to have a big role here.
Good evening, Dr. Jett, Health Commissioner. Good evening, Select Board. So I've had the opportunity to review the application and to work with town staff and different departments for several months now. So we've had several meetings. I would say that NETA has been very gracious with their time at providing information to us. Several times they have been able to answer any questions I've had. And we do intend to make sure we carefully look at the health education information that will be passed out, the patient information. I've been very diligent over the last year of looking at the marketing, making sure that anything that's manufactured or the products will be tamper, child resistant proof. I'm always going to be very interested in some of the products that people might ingest, especially edibles. So I have a close eye on that. I was very concerned about traffic studies and worked with Raskins and Police Department to come up with some solutions in terms of that, because I was very concerned about injuries that might be caused, especially you know, if we have large crowds that I've seen in other communities. And I think moving forward, probably having extended hours would be good, just for patient volume, because I am concerned with the overcrowding. But I think NETA has pretty much answered most of the questions. Probably one of my concerns, and I will have to do observation and do a walkthrough, is the separation of medical from adult use and how people access that, and making sure that youth that are actually in the facility are able to get in and get out, make sure they have proper guardianship to do that. And so those things will be carefully monitored. I will be there doing the opening aspect. And, you know, NETA has been gracious enough to show schematics of how the operation would go, and I thought that was very significant. So, you know, I have no issues whatsoever.
Okay.
Any questions on me?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Okay. So what I will let you offer
a motion.
A motion.
And then you'll.
So actually, let me do my motion. Your motion will be a motion to amend. So my motion will be 10 to 10.
Yeah. I was going to do it a different way, so I want an actual vote, but you can.
Okay, how do you want to do it so you win something?
I was going to do the base motion, and then you would make a motion, or somebody would make a motion to extend the hours beyond the first.
So the base is 10.
Okay, we can do that.
A little bit of self-preservation.
We can do that. I will be, okay, so what is your motion?
So my motion on hours would be Sunday through Thursday. Excuse me, I have to break it up. Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Friday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
Can I ask why Sunday is treated differently in the evening?
Differently than...
Well, he's treating it like a weekday.
Right.
Okay.
And then opening earlier.
So, yeah, I had to do that in a convoluted way because the opening times shift, as I think we all agree to. But the closing time, Sunday through Thursday, would be 8 p.m., and the closing time on Friday and Saturday is 10 p.m.
Okay, so that'll be the base motion. And then the additional motion, so we'll vote on that first, then the additional motion will be to extend closings Monday to Thursday to 10 p.m., Sunday to 10 p.m., with a condition that within 90 days after opening, the hours will be reviewed by this board with an opportunity to adjust the hours.
The only thing I think that was different is that the Sunday, Selectman Franco said 9 a.m. and I thought the board was at 8 a.m., right?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's only
There's
only board condition
Good try.
before 9 a.m.
Okay. So on Select Board Member Franco's motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Select Board Member Franco.
Aye.
Select Board Member Heller.
Aye.
Select Board Member Green.
No.
Select Board Member Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now the motion to extend the hours with that 90-day monitoring condition. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Board Member Franco.
No.
Select Board Member Heller.
Aye.
Select Board Member Green.
Aye.
Select Board Member Hamilton.
Aye.
And me.
Chair.
Chair votes aye. So, okay, so you have your license.
No, we have
What?
to vote.
Oh, we have to do the, we have to vote.
That was just the hours.
Okay. Okay. So now we have to vote the license with the hours as we just voted. All those in favor, please say aye. Select Board Member Franco.
Aye.
Select Board Member Heller.
Aye.
Select Board Member Green.
Aye.
Select Board Member Hamilton.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now you have your license. So next steps and timing, what are we looking at?
First off, thank you so much. You kind of put the cherry on the cake for the end of the day here today. We really appreciate that. We are looking at finishing up some modifications to the facility within the next few weeks. And then we will be asking the Cannabis Control Commission to come out for an inspection. That will be our final inspection before we can go before them to get our final license. But right now we're provisionally licensed by the commission. Once we have that final license, there's a number of conditions that we need to meet before we can be issued a certificate to commence operations. So I think we're looking at maybe the first or second week of January.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty?
To be able to finalize the language of the conditions,
Yeah.
I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification on the hours paragraph and how that will be written.
So it'll be something along the lines of exactly as it's written, and then add a sentence within 90 days after opening, the hours, something to the, you can put it in lawyer language. The hours will be reviewed, and the board will have an opportunity to adjust these hours if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
And I also, wanted to make sure that you added, and it's an agreement, but you added in number 27 on page 5 that the Post Police Department, sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Page 3, number 17, licensee shall have a police officer on site at licensee's expense. I think that's the language. They had agreed to that. And
Okay.
okay.
There wasn't any proposed change?
No, it's not a change. It's just a clarification.
Okay. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Amanda, I think you left the CVS.
Thank you so much.
Okay, last item on our agenda is a discussion of the process to determine energy sources in municipal buildings, and this is spurred by a discussion that kind of went off the rails. I think that's a good way to put it. At town meeting, we were taught what was before town meeting was an easement granting an easement to the gas company to bring gas to the new fire training center, and that kind of got caught up with the whole notion of, well, have you analyzed fuels other than fossil fuels? And it became a very big discussion, and I don't think we handled it as well as we could have, and I don't think we got the message out that we should have gotten out, that yes, we have analyzed it, we do analyze it, and it's just part of the way we do business. So, Mr. Masak, and okay.
Let me start, excuse me, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. As you mentioned, Neil, there was this unfortunate but understandable discussion that we were assuming was related to a regulatory approval for a project that was designed literally years ago and it's already in construction. And so we believe, or I believe, that town meeting members were frustrated by a number of things. Certainly, we share that frustration that National Grid was requiring a permanent easement for this, which was a change in their policy, their corporate policy, from allowing a license agreement. Certainly, there were concerns about the ongoing labor dispute, the National Grid's system of gas leaks that we have been very involved in. I think the concern that we had, and you're going to hear it this evening, was we thought that some of the concerns about the town's commitment to processes to pursue sustainable energy solutions was I believe, misplaced, and that was disappointing to us. As you mentioned, we did not do a good job in preparing for that or anticipating those kind of discussions and challenges, and so I hope you will indulge us this evening to address that. In particular, Ray will deal with the specific project issues, and I've asked Maria Morelli from our planning department to review some of the overall issues about the town's policies and procedures. But let me just say that this town works very hard to take into consideration climate issues and sustainability in its planning and procurement of our public projects. We're a green community, one of the earlier green communities. We have procedures, resolutions, and policies in place. We have a building commission bylaw, and most recently we had a net zero initiative, which I know Maria wants to talk about. So let me stop there, ask Ray if he can talk specifically about this project, put it a little bit in context, and explain a little bit about that, and then ask Maria to deal with some of the larger issues, and especially those going forward, which we think will provide the town a lot more clarity about how to balance all of these issues, which certainly are cost and short-term and long-term, and also just the viability of our energy sources. Ray, thank you.
I'll try to give you the Reader's Digest version regarding Fire Station number 6. Basically, Fire Station 6, we've had 2 feasibility studies for that project, one about 15 years ago. As you know, the maintenance staff is working in the curb line over at Fire Station 1, and we did a second feasibility study, and it concluded on May 5th, May 2015. It was 85 pages long. We then proceeded into design from November 2016 to November 2017. We bid the project in December 20th of 2017, and we're now in construction. All the equipment has been bought and is in the warehouse. I'm very proud of what we do for sustainability. I've tried to convey it to, I'm part of a net zero group. They've allowed me to be part of that group, we have 17 conservation measures, energy conservation measures that we apply to all projects. I'm very proud of Town Hall because we've met most of them in Town Hall. And one of the big things, one of the new technologies was the chiller, which does cold water for air conditioning. And that was a proprietary piece of equipment that matches the load. So when we turned this building back on, we had a 50% reduction in load. Regarding this project, 8 of those energy conservation measures have been applied to this project. The project has been designed to follow LEED principles, so that does meet the building department bylaws regarding the materials, recycled materials, occupancy sensors, efficient mechanical equipment, low flow plumbing. It does meet the stretch code, and it does meet other energy efficient codes. At the time when we started this design 3 years ago, I was unfamiliar with some of the technology, and I'm coming up to speed, of which Maria is going to speak about. But gas was and is the principal fuel that would be used for that type of facility at that time. We're learning about new technologies, and as we learn, we're going to start applying it to the town. But each and every project, this building, Town Hall was energy efficient, Runkle was energy efficient, Coolidge Corner School was energy efficient, the Heath School was energy efficient. We apply all these principles to all those projects going back at least 20 years since I started. We are at the forefront of sustainability. And I know that because I've heard the stories where we've invited communities in who we thought was at the forefront, and then we asked them a few additional questions, and we learned that we're at the forefront. Do we advertise it? No. I think we need to do a better job on how we advertise what we do in this town. I'm really pleased as a professional engineer. I know what we're doing, and I'm really proud of it. And I'm learning over the last, how long have we been with the net zero? About 2 years, about climate action. And as an environmental engineer in a past practice, that's important to me, climate action. And the more that I learn through the Climate Action Committee, the more I want to do for the town. And that's my spiel.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Ray, I just wanted to ask one question about, and I know we've taken a lot of different measures from looking at solar on the roof to energy conservation and better insulation and better lighting, etc. I'm wondering how many of the projects that you talked about still rely on gas or oil, fossil fuels, for a certain portion of at least the heating systems.
So for large projects, electric buildings, the scalability, we're still debating that, whether it's scalable to scale up all electric buildings. So most of our buildings are still on gas.
So Heath and Runkle and
yes,
and even Coolidge Corner.
That is correct.
Okay. So even in this period of enhanced conservation and energy focus, we're still relying to some degree on gas for heat.
That is true.
Okay.
And what's good about technology is you don't want to lead on certain technologies. I work for an environmental firm. You get burned, so you want to understand the technology, and this technology is going to move ahead to the point. We do studies. We look at gas. We looked at electric for the high school, and gas. The gas model was more efficient, so we went with that model.
Okay.
And we're looking at scalability. Scalability for electric buildings is an issue, and we're not there yet. And there's still a debate, so I'm still on the fence.
Ms. Morelli.
Hello. I'm Maria Morelli, Senior Planner. I manage climate action initiatives for the town. I've been doing so for the past 2 years. And I have a slightly different take on the response that occurred at town meeting. I actually thought it was a good sign. It means that people are receptive to the work that is underway already. Clearly, we do need to find a mechanism and a format for those regular updates and accountability, and I'm going to speak to that. For perspective, Brookline is a sustainability leader, and it's not only because of the emissions policies that we have in place, but the actions that have been underway mostly over the past 2 years regarding the exploration and achievement of zero emissions buildings. So most notable is the work on the Brookline High School expansion project. Ray Masick is the project manager, and we are working very closely with a subcommittee of the Select Board's Climate Action Committee. About 2 years ago, the Select Board's Climate Action Committee actually appointed this subcommittee to study net zero and how we might leverage opportunities to achieve net zero on new school projects. Werner Lowy is the chair, not only the co-chair with Nancy Heller of the Climate Action Committee, but also the chair of the subcommittee. And this subcommittee is made up of town meeting members, Green Caucus members, Climate Action Brookline members, and people with expertise in the field of sustainability. So because of this work that we're doing primarily with the Brookline High School project, the state, in particular DOER, looks to us as one of the pioneers. In fact, they often look to us to provide or transfer our expertise to other municipalities. And that's something that we are going to be documenting in a more formal manner. When you're looking to transform building processes, it's a little bit, especially while you're designing a live project, which the Brookline High School, it's not a theoretical thing. This is actually something that is going to come to fruition. It's a little like flying the plane while you're fixing it. It might look to you that we don't have formal procedures or a framework for analysis, but we're shaping the map as we go. And that's something that doesn't really exist with our building commission bylaws. There are whole design development processes, cost-benefit analyses that need to be adjusted, and we're going to describe to you in a more formal report this winter how we had to adjust that framework and that process to be even able to achieve a net zero building. The good news is we have the subcommittee for our checks and balances. The architecture team, William Ron, has a sustainability consultant, Chris Schaffner, the green engineer. We are going to be formally reporting on what we've achieved this winter. And one of those recommendations, actually there'll be 3 recommendations. They're going to be around policies that do need to change regarding a resolution to formally commit to exploring zero emissions building on future projects. Also specific amendments to our building commission bylaw, as well as best practices and procedures. So what are the decisions that we need to make? What kind of cost-benefit analysis method do we need to use? We have to go beyond simple payback, and there are a whole slew of things that we need to look at in order to really evaluate the options and the impact that we might achieve. One of the things I'm really excited about sharing with you when we do have that report out is that we can dispel some of the myths around green building. There seems to be this misconception that there's a premium, a cost premium associated with it. And we're able to show, not just with capital costs, but also with operating costs, that with this approach that we have with whole building design, and just designing for enoughness, just what you need, you can actually lower both capital costs and operating costs. So it's efficient on a number of levels. So the emissions policies that we have in place, most notably as recent as September, the Select Board did adopt the 2018 Climate Action Plan. And as you know, the key objective of that plan was to prioritize planning to achieve zero emissions by 2050. The 3 big moves are predicated on deep energy efficiency, reliance on renewable energy, not on fossil fuels, and then the conversion to all electric systems, and this is key, that run on renewable energy. The milestones that we need to establish are going to be a lot earlier for the town. The town needs to learn to lead by example. Other policies that we have in place, there are two distinct resolutions. The more recent one was, I believe, 2016, and that had to do with setting specific energy targets regarding new school projects. That warrant Article 21 established 3 metrics. One was the energy use intensity, the EUI, of a range between 25 and 30. Achieving at least LEED Silver, but aiming for LEED Platinum version 4. And also under LEED, looking at the optimal energy efficiency points. So there were specific metrics for that. That has been so key to the work that we've been doing on the Brookline High School project, and we'll show why having those metrics really helped us to achieve some of the milestones that we did. Another earlier resolution was to have our schools or municipal projects be designed to be solar ready. So there are some structural engineering issues and so forth. But there's one thing that's missing, and that's what we've discovered and will be recommending, is that there needs to be a resolution to commit to exploring zero emissions building. Why? Because of the feasibility studies, you actually have to commit to look at the lens. What is the framework for your analysis? What are you putting in your RFPs, holding your contractors accountable? That's in regard to your energy goals, your energy use targets, also your renewable energy paths. What options are you considering on-site, off-site, the purchase of RECs, and also to look at all electric systems. You need to evaluate different, it's not just costs, but certainly if the technology even works for the project at hand. So the town is actually implementing a key cap item, which is this exploration of all electric systems in the following ways. One is assessing feasibility of all electric systems, namely on the Brookline High School project. We looked at 4 HVAC options. 3 involved gas boilers, and 1 was in the all-electric system called a variable refrigerant flow system. It's commonly called air source heat pumps. And what we assess through iterative energy modeling, okay, because with a performance path rather than a prescriptive path, there's a lot of energy modeling, and that modeling includes looking at comparative capital costs, operating energy costs, maintenance costs, life cycle costs, service life, carbon emissions, and energy use per square foot. Okay, so that's something we typically haven't done before. We've done this on this project, and we'll recommend going forward, if you have that ZEB lens, that you'll be applying that to future projects. So what was surprising to us, the all-electric option was not the best option from an environmental point of view. Now, why is that? Well, all-electric might sound like a magic solution, but it comes with strings attached. One is it has to be energy efficient. So is it an energy hog? And secondly, there's not much use relying on an all-electric system if you're not relying on 100% renewables. So that's another policy issue, and we are tackling that head on. Believe me, you will be seeing me again. But where we are in this point in time, we are in the middle of a 3-year, we're starting, a municipal load contract that runs for another 3 more years. We do want to increase our renewable energy component, but where we are right now, we have to look at what is fueling that electricity. And there is a reliance on natural gas, which made the variable, the VRF option, actually worse environmentally. It contributed the most to greenhouse gas emissions. So I wanted to just take a pause here and just brag about some stats. We are going into another round of energy modeling. It will take into account solar on the roof, which our previous models didn't. But we will be saving or reducing greenhouse gas emissions at least by 47%. This is over the ASHRAE baseline. Over stretch code, energy costs will be improved about 28%. and just the regular baseline energy costs improved by 37%. I expect those numbers to actually change with our next round of modeling. But this is actually phenomenal. We wouldn't have been able to do it if we didn't have specific energy targets. And I have to say, those targets, that EUI, Ray had a lot to do with that. Why? Because of the work the building department is already doing on their own, without any townwide policy, without any mandates, without any building commission bylaws saying that you had to meet certain specific metrics. That practical information informed that resolution. So thank you, Ray. The big takeaway is that we do need a formal commitment to exploring zero emissions building. We also need to have a framework for that analysis, and that cost-benefit analysis, different methods, is going to be a key part of that. We do have to adjust our design development process so that we are looking at, we have all of the principals of the project team in the room. So you're looking at lighting and your civils and your HVAC, your MEP. Everyone has to be in the room because you're going to be little trade-offs. Why? You're doing this continual energy modeling. So you're trying to figure out how low can you go. That's the first thing you need to do is energy efficiency first. And all stakeholders need to be involved at the outset. So we are going to have to find a way to not only set that framework, but involve decision makers. Like, how are we making that decision and who is in the room? That brings me to this interim report I've been referring to. We owe you another formal update. The last one did come from the subcommittee in September 2017. And this is actually going to be, that was research about zero emissions building. This interim report is going to be a little more concrete because it's going to show some of the decisions that we were faced with the Brookline High School project. Okay, so it's very concrete. You'll have examples, and we'll be able to take you through design development. It's not going to take you through the end. Obviously, we want to see this come to be constructed, then we can finish our work. But this report has three objectives. One is to be transparent about how the design development process needed to be adjusted. We want to document best practices so that we can apply them to future projects. And we also want to make three very specific policy recommendations. One is that resolution to commit to exploring ZEB. And the second is very specific amendments to our building commission bylaws. So if our design development procedures have to change, then our building commission bylaw has to be reconciled with those best practices. And speaking of best practices, we need to have something that staff can refer to, like future staff on future projects, as well as decision makers and people who are managing our budgets and money. What are the things that you will be weighing when you do evaluate different building systems? Some of the other stuff that we are looking at, we do monitor energy use, but we want to go a step further. I do this every year as a Green Communities member. Every year I do have to submit an annual report that reports on our energy usage, fuels that we've been consuming, water, etc. But I think there's probably better software that we can use to not only manage it, but communicate our progress. We are going to be commissioning a study on electrical conversion to all electrics for retrofit. So the Brookline High School project, these buildings are new, but what does it mean to actually scale up, as Ray was talking about, to convert existing systems to all electric? Solar projects, we are going to be going with another procurement program. Previously we had been with MAPC, and now we're going to be working with Power Options and their selected developer, Select Energy. We've identified 7 town facilities that are excellent candidates for rooftop solar, and that will generate about 1.5 million kilowatt hours of renewable energy every year. That study, exploration is actually going to be looking at battery storage as well. And the last thing I mentioned about the municipal load, so our contract will be up in about 3 years. That's a really key component if you want all electric buildings you've got to use renewable energy. REC prices are going down, down, down. So what is the right mix for us? There are different options that we have. We could buy RECs, we can invest in a project, et cetera. We're doing that due diligence now so we can give you the information that you need to make a decision about that. So any questions that you have so far?
I wish you were there at town meeting.
I mean, I think this is really helpful and information, to echo the chair, that I wish had been available at town meeting. I think I requested that this be topic of conversation tonight, hoping that, actually to echo something that Mr. Toffel said earlier, that we have information about feasibility and cost available to us when we consider doing a major project, like replacing a heating system or constructing a new building.
Right.
And I think the work that we're doing on a net zero 9 school and in the schools more broadly is great. My goal is to make sure that that feasibility and cost information is widely available going forward, so we can make an informed decision about what we do. I actually agree with Mr. Masak that natural gas may have been the right choice here, but it's sort of felt like we couldn't confirm that with hard facts, and I'm hoping that we can make a tweak to the process so that going forward we'll be able to give clear answers to, is it possible, what are we going to cost. There's an entirely separate conversation about life cycle cost, and over the course of the life of a heating system or building, is this the right choice to make? And even if we make a larger capital investment in the near term, are we going to save money in the long term by going with a renewable fuel source? And that's the message I took away from town meeting. I mean, it was a messy vote. I think, as all of us know, we were sitting there, that we heard a lot about why are we doing an easement as opposed to a license. We heard a lot about, why is gas even safe, given, the lockout that we're hearing about in Lawrence and Lowell. And then finally we heard about, did you even investigate alternative fuel sources? And I want to focus on that last point, because that's what I took away from the vote at town meeting. I'm not convinced that people are opposed to the project at the fire station, or they actually want to change it. I think they just want to make sure that we're thinking about these types of issues more expansively. So just to finish the thought, I'm hoping that we can get to a place where we can leverage the work of maybe the Net Zero 9th School Task Force, or maybe another existing committee, to make a recommendation about how we achieve that availability of that feasibility and cost information going forward.
So could I just emphasize that, so this report is coming out in late winter. We are aligning it with the design development process because we want to make it as pragmatic as possible. So as long as it stays on schedule, I'll be honest. That recommendation, I don't want to speak for the subcommittee. I simply want to convey what we have been discussing in very rigorous terms. We do need change. Certainly we need a resolution that the resolutions that we have now are not enough, because they don't commit any of us to do this in a really deliberate manner. We're doing it in an ad hoc manner. That's what pioneers do, but we do want this to be more deliberately applied from project to project. So there does need to be a resolution. We'd like to be able to present that Springtown meeting, and if we can, working with the building commission, make specific changes. We've already torn the building commission bylaw apart, so we know exactly where it does need to be enhanced. So there are very concrete. This is not in the abstract.
Thank you very much for that review of what we're doing, and I in a way am aware that it's much more impressive than it seemed at town meeting in the discussion on the issue of gas at the fire station. One of the things that has occurred to me in the aftermath of that issue and thinking about this discussion is that we don't necessarily do the best job at letting the public know and telling people, informing people about what we are doing in the various projects. And at the BHS Expansion Advisory Committee meeting, which we had last night, I asked the architectural team to, in the future, to include a report on their energy designs and where they do that on an ad hoc basis. Last night, they talked very little about it, but I think that it's important that that everybody understand where we are on this and how far we've come. And I would recommend that for our other building commissions, building committees, for Baldwin, for Driscoll, for any other municipal projects that we have, that this be a built-in part of the process going forward. We've built it in the sense that the architectural and project management professionals that we have looked at the energy issues front, back, and forwards and backwards and center-wise and every other wise. They've had the green engineer as a consultant, and every system has been examined very thoroughly. I don't think that's been conveyed to the public.
I would agree.
As much as it needs to be.
I would agree.
Because I think people need to understand that we're looking at all these issues and considering them. So I think that's one way we could improve the knowledge base of the community about what it is we're doing.
Yeah, I think communication is a big part of it, and it's something that I'll speak just for myself here. Sometimes it's easy to forget what I know about and isn't published in the tab or talked about in public, and not like we're talking about secrets here, but like one of the things I most enjoy about being on the select board is you're part of so many different conversations, and you hear just sort of in the course of a day about all these neat things that are happening, and when
you forget about where you learned them from.
Exactly, when you're sort of bombarded in a good way by all of these facts, you sometimes forget that you're sort of sitting in at the center of so many different conversations. So yes, communication is part of it. I think that we also need to pick up on something that Ms. Morelli said, send a policy statement and make direction. And I think that can come from this board by saying, we just want to make a relatively, what I think is innocuous tweak to the process by saying, going forward, we just expect that there's going to be an investigation of feasibility and cost for alternative fuel sources. And again, speaking just for myself, I may very well say, no, natural gas is the right choice here because I'm not willing to spend an extra, and I'm going to make up a number here, $500,000 on this air source heat pump system. I think the better investment today is in natural gas. But I just want to be prepared to answer these questions and give people some sense that we are kicking the tires on doing things differently. That's all I'm hoping for in the near term. I think in the longer term, there's some work to be done, and it sounds like the Net Zero Ninth School subcommittee is tackling those issues and is going to bring some more formal ideas and processes forward.
Let me just add one thing. I think it's not just communication, it's really education. One of the things that I took away from the discussion at town meeting, which in general was a good, useful discussion, was the idea that some people had that just automatically, a priori, natural gas is going to be a worse solution from a environmental standpoint than electricity. And one of the things you mentioned is that at this point, electricity comes from fossil fuels to a significant degree, so that has to be weighed into the calculus. So that's an educational issue, not just a communication issue. And that's, something that's sometimes difficult because it runs into people's sort of ideologies or, preconceived notions. And sometimes it's kind of difficult to understand the sort of nuances of different energy sources. So,
thank you.
But I think that, the fact that we had that absolutely horrible conversation at town meeting, is going to result in some really good things, and you laid out a lot of that stuff. You and Ray laid out a lot of that.
It's a good opportunity.
Good.
Yeah. Sure. I'm going to, Mr. Lowy, would you like to add anything, or you'd rather just sit? Come on up. Join the party.
I'm Warder Lowy. I wasn't going to say anything, but I guess I can't resist. I agree with 98% of what was just said, and particularly what Ray pointed out is that some of the stuff is difficult, and there still is a debate at the edges about what can really be done and what can't be done. And I guess that's the one place, that's sort of the 2%. I absolutely understand the arguments about the fact that right now, looking at the operating costs of electricity versus gas, that you can make a strong argument. I would put more emphasis on the idea that we really need to be looking ahead 10, 20, 30 years when the grid gets much greener, and make sure that we're not investing in technology that we're going to want to be replacing before its lifetime. But that's that's a small point, and I say I don't really have that much to say. I think the real thing is that is sort of about the process here, in a sense, which is that I think we're all pretty much on the same page. And what's interesting about what happened on Tuesday night is that a message was sent to all of us by people who are not part of the hardcore people that are climate activists, but just people in town meeting that normally are focused on different issues that are whether they're partly, as people have said here, they're not happy with the gas company, but also they're partly not happy with seeing fires in California, and that people have kind of jumped out ahead of us a little bit. And we've been doing a lot, with this subcommittee in a lot of different ways, a couple of different warrant articles and so on. But I just think we've all gotten the message that even though we've been doing a lot, we've got to do more, and we've got to do it faster.
And we got to do a better job educating folks as to what we're doing. Yeah.
Werner mentioned one thing that I think sometimes we forget, and that is we have to anticipate technology 30 years down the road, but also make sure that our infrastructure is not going to get in the way 30 years down the roads of actually implementing that technology. If we build conduits for natural gas pipelines, that's going to be an infrastructure that may get in the way of, or be very expensive to get rid of, 10, 20, 30 years down the road. So
that's right.
Interesting discussion.
That's scalability. That's why we do want to understand what does it mean to convert. We will have renovations, if not new construction. We will have buildings that will be major renovations. So what does it mean to actually retrofit an existing building? We're actually going to learn a lot that we can apply to the commercial sector, because that's the biggest impact on greenhouse gas emissions town or community wide. And so what we are learning, we're going to apply to the commercial sector at large.
Okay, I'll wrap it up, and I want to say thank you to Maria and Ray. We scheduled this meeting this week, Thanksgiving week, with the understanding that we're going to have a short meeting, and
it didn't work out that way.
Things have a way of working out, but I offered Ray and Maria to not have to come this evening. Perhaps I could handle it, but they were very insistent. They want to come. We were all somewhat embarrassed. Certainly surprised with the way how it evolved the other night, and a little disappointed in ourselves, and a little frustrated, quite honestly, with some of the assumptions that were made about how we go about things. But I want to say thank you to Marie and Ray for all of your efforts. They are very committed to this endeavor, and I just want everybody to know that.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege.
Okay, I think that concludes our business for tonight.